Morning, guys.
Good morning, Dev.
So we'll wait for 2 more minutes. Let everyone join and then we'll start. Alright, guys, please let's start. Okay, please turn on cams. Let's start with the attendance, and then we can take it ahead.
Yeah, hi there. Sarthak here.
Yeah,
Hello.
Sarthak, please tell me.
Yeah, like my Wi-Fi is not working, so I'm with hotspot, so it's very difficult for me to switch on the cam. It's not happening.
No problem.
Okay.
Alright, yeah. Abhishek, Shekanand, Anu, Iskan, Akhil, yeah, Laksh. What happened, guys? Quite low today. Any problem? So after the break, it's like we're joining back. Small weekend. So I think almost all of you have joined. I can't see Harsh, Abhishek Mondal, Anuja. So whose name has been called, you can turn off your cams, okay, so that rest of them will be. Manu, you can turn off your cam. Yeah. Thank you. Isha, Stalin. Now I can see Anuja. Okay, I think almost all of you are present. Manjot Kaur, Harsh, yeah, Harsh, I can see you now. Okay. All right. I think all of you are present. Great. Yes, yes, you are present. You can turn off your cam, guys. Thank you. 1 minute, just 1 minute. Yeah, am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah. All right, so let's start. So, day before yesterday, we have discussed about app services. Okay, we talked about how we can project the app service part and what are the options. Okay, I hope you guys are clear with the Azure part. Okay, how exactly the Azure platform is working. Okay, in the first day we have discussed and what are the options, how the resource group stuff is working, and how you can create resources in the resource group. Okay, And when we talk about, let's say, regions and all, how exactly the differences between Azure, AWS, and GCP is working, and what are the different options which are coming up, right? Because see, in the last week, what we have done is we have mostly targeted the, you know, configuration of application. Okay, it was on the modern application stuff. Okay, that we have targeted. And this week, what we are trying to do is we are trying to use platform like Azure, in order to take the things ahead, in order to process the things. So that we are using over here in Azure part. Okay, we are using it in the Azure area. That's the whole point of this developing solutions around Azure part. Okay. So today we'll be continuing, with the process. So we'll be talking about, the further about the functions, okay, the function part as discussed, and then we'll be moving towards the storage services and all. Okay. So how exactly the storage is working? Okay, when we talk about blob, or file share, how exactly we are going to use that? Okay, and then we'll be moving towards the further area. That's the whole plan for today. Okay. So you guys were able to perform the labs, right? Finish the labs. Abhishek,
Yes,
you were able to perform it?
yes, yes.
Okay. Can you please share your screen again?
Yeah. Uh, that day, the deployment slot that we created, we just increased the pricing tier, right? So I just deleted that deployment slot that day and stopped this app service too.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in that scenario, we need to recreate it, right? The deployment slot.
Yeah, I can. If you want, I can just recreate it in a
Yeah,
minute.
please, guys, if you have deleted the deployment slot, please go ahead and recreate it. Okay, it's okay. That's a good thing you have deleted it because it's unnecessary going to bill it.
First, I need to scale up this one again.
So all of you guys, you are having your, do you have your what do you call as student access, student ID, the one that you were using in your college days? Do you have those IDs available, active till now, or they have been disabled?
No, they disappear. Yes, we have still have.
How many of you are having it active? Like it's still active with you? Raise your hands. Okay. Tyasha, Laksh. I think only three of you are having it. How come you three are having it?
No, I think everyone from KIT has it.
Okay. So they take time to delete it, right? Like 1 year, 6 year, 6 months,
Yeah.
right? Rest all the people from different other colleges, it has been deleted, right? For all of you. Okay, no problem.
Yeah, it's done, Dev.
Okay, great. So let's open up the slot and we'll take it further now. So I believe last week, yesterday, day before yesterday, we have published Visual Studio, a kind of app via Visual Studio or whatever platform, like it was via the .NET. You guys were able to do it, all of you.
Yes.
Right. All right. Okay, then let's move ahead. I'm sharing my screen. Just let me know once it is okay. I hope the screen is visible now.
Yes, David.
All right, guys. So let's talk about functions. Okay, how exactly the function is working, and what are the use of Azure functions over here. Okay. Now before that, you know, so we have created the apps. Okay, even in last week, you have created apps on various platforms. Okay. Now while we were creating this app services or apps, okay, in the whole platform. So see, there's a set of instructions, or you can say process, which we are using. Okay, so like if we talk about any of the areas, okay, so let's say if I want to run a code or any services, okay, so we use set of functions over there. Okay, we use a set of procedure something. Okay, so we have this Azure functions, okay, doing the same job. Okay, so in this we'll be talking about how we can run the code, based on the HTTP requests, because here we are trying to deal everything on the HTTP part. Okay, so how to get it run predefined. Okay, like what is if we want to run it on a predefined times, how we can do it or schedule it. And then we'll be talking about the documents, the storage, queue storage, and all those areas. Okay, and then how exactly the things are working with the subscription. Okay, with the Azure event rate. Okay, so these are the areas we are going to talk about. Okay, with the Azure function part. Okay. Now, what is Azure function? So, in a very simple word, it's like solution. So, as I told you, like as we have discussed, it is more of like a procedure. Okay, the procedure that, so whenever we are writing a code, okay, which is relevant to your business logic and all, okay, so it tries to set something which is very important and remove which is not that important for that logic. Okay, so it's very similar to what we were running on any of the other platforms like Java or anything. Okay, so the same function. So in Azure function, we are doing, or we are, the platform is providing us somewhat, uh, help. Okay, it's more of like a hands-on help, or it helps us to analyze which logic is perfect, which is not perfect. Okay, that is what is happening over here. Okay, so it supports. So this function is supporting all the platforms: C Sharp, Java, PHP, PY, JS. Okay, all of them. Even it is supporting the scripting language of your PowerShell. Okay, so it is supporting all of them. Yeah. So it's been supported, and we are able to support it. It's being used. This is how function integrates. So you can see. So we have the notification, event grid, event hubs, Cosmo DBs. Okay, the service hub, queues, everything. It's getting integrated with your function. Okay, so all of the platforms are coming up, and you can integrate and you can use it over there. Okay, just give me 1 minute. Okay, so in one word, if we want to define Azure function, so what we can do is, so we can define Azure function as, you know, it's like, it's a function which helps, or it's a platform which helps us to develop serverless application on Microsoft Azure. Okay, so we can just write the code, okay, and whatever we want to build a solution on. So whatever solution we are targeting, based on that, we can write the code and just we'll target that. So function is helping us to take care of the whole infrastructure and everything running beneath it. So we are just targeting the code part, nothing else. So talking about the application, the infrastructure, everything will be taken care by the function. So it is taken care by the function and it's a part of it. Okay. Now the question is, what can we do with the functions? So what are the things that we can do with the functions, and what are the areas that we can apply with the functions? So now Azure Function is a great solution for processing data, integrating system, okay, working with the Internet of Things, okay, building sample APIs and microservices, all of them. Okay, so if you like to consider functions, so functions can be considered, for tasks like image or order processing, file maintenance, or for any task that we want to run on a schedule. So that's what we're talking about, predefined stuff. So they provide us with the templates, you know. So there are templates which are available in order to start the whole key scenarios. So whenever we talk about Azure Functions, so Azure Functions, they are actually supporting triggers, which are used for execution of code bindings. Okay, all those things can be done. So which helps us to simplify the whole coding process for input and output of the data. So basically, it is more on that particular area. Okay. Now talking about the integration part. So integration wise, Azure Function has it supports or integrates various Azure and third-party services. So you can use it for it supports over there. So these services which are there, they can trigger the functions and the functions which have been executed by us and start execution, or they can serve as an input output for the code. Okay, the code that we are developing. So the one that you're seeing, so with the Cosmos DB, all this diagram that you're seeing is part of that function. Okay, we can use that functions over here. So even grid, all these things have been supported by your area. So this is a function integration. So integration wise, you have all of them: storage, queue, table, okay, the queues, all the things are being supported over here. Guys, just 1 minute. Just 1 minute. I'm really sorry. Just 1 minute. Yeah, guys. Sorry, my daughter was not keeping well, so was checking with her. All right. So we were talking about functions, yeah. So you guys are using functions in different areas. So when we talk about integration, okay. So what are the different level of integrations that we are having with respect to functions? Okay. So see, Azure Functions, it integrates various services. So Cosmos DB, when you talk about Cosmos DB, Event Hubs, Event Grid, all of them have been been are provided over here. So Twilio, what is the use of Twilio? Any idea about it? So Twilio
Uh,
is like yeah,
Twilio?
yeah,
Okay, Twilio. Okay, Twilio is for mass SMS or communication, mass communication,
yeah,
right?
right. It's an SMS message here, or when we talk about that. Similarly, we have this what do you call as Azure Service Bus, okay, and storage. So storage is basically where we are having this blob queue and table stuff which is coming up. Okay, service bus, we have the queues and topics. Okay, and when we talk about on-premises, we have something called as service bus again over there, okay, which is coming over. All right. So integration wise, we have all of them. Now this is an example of your function. Okay. So you can see we have this public class function, and then we have the string echo, HTTP trigger, okay, and okay, request, uh, you know, so we have this request authorization stuff and everything. So this is a function.java. Okay, you have been using this. This is for Python. This is an example of Python area. This is how the Azure function is working. Okay, so that's about the integration part. So we'll be talking more about it. Now, Azure functions, when we talk about scaling and hosting concepts, okay, so whenever we are creating any function app in Azure, okay, so we need to choose a hosting plan for that app. Okay, so there are three hosting plans which are available in Azure Functions. One is consumption, premium, and app service plan. So these are the three plans which are available. Okay. So each of this plan, uh, you know, whenever we talk, so let's say if I want to choose any, any hosting plan, so whether I should go for consumption, premium, or app service plan. So it totally, you know, dictates a following behavior. Okay, so when we talk about the behavior, so it's like it depends on that particular behavior. So whether how the the function that we are targeting app is being scaled. That is one kind of behavior that we are checking. The second is the resources available to each functions app instances. What are the resources which are there? Then what are the supports that we are having? So such as VNet and all the connectivity part. So how exactly that is working. Okay. So consumption and premium plans, they automatically add computer power. So whenever we are coding, whenever there's a code which is running, okay. So whenever we are running the code, so the app is scaled out when needed to, when we need to handle load, and whenever we don't want them, means where there is no load, then it is scaled down automatically. When the first, the code stops running, automatically it gets scaled down. So that is on the consumption and premium plans. So consumption and premium plans, it automatically adds compute power. So whenever the code is running, so if there's more power which is required. So basically you can see the whole point of having this Azure function is to only concentrate on the coding part rather than on the, you know, on getting into the infra and the other levels. Okay. So this is one of them. So how the function is, you know, working. So we have this plan. Consumption and premium is where the whole compute thing is happening automatically. Okay. And you know, we are able to take up the thing. So it does a scaling out whenever there is a kind of, you know, process which is needed, and whenever it is stopped, the application stop automatically, it scales down. So we are not dealing with any kind of scale up and scale down things over there. And for the see, now when you talk about consumption plan, to be more precise, so there's right now what we have done is like you guys have created deployment, and let's say if you have created a VM. So normally, you know, if there's an idle VM, okay, and you know, if there's a reserve capacity which you have used based on the plan in the Azure, so you need to pay for it, because everything in the Azure, so Azure goes for a pay for you or pay as you go thing. It's like a subscription model, or depending on the the billing cycle that you selected, whether it's a 1 year reserved or 3 year reserved, or it's a spot offer. So depending on that, if you're using your VM and the VM is idle, okay, in that scenario, you know, we need to pay. Okay. But if you go with this Azure function stuff, and you know, if you're using this consumption plan and all, so in those scenarios, you know, what we need to do is we need not pay for idle VM or any reserve capacity in advance. So that is something that we have, the feature we have. Whereas on the premium plan, so premium plan, you know, it provides additional features. So where we can go for premium compute instances, so which helps us to, you know, it actually helps us to keep the things up, okay, with the application part, and allows us to warn, you know, about the any kind of instance problem or anything. And even on the VNet connectivity, so VNet is basically the network, okay, the network product that we have in Azure. Okay. So even in that, okay, so this is all about the premium plan. So we have the consumption, we have the premium. Okay, these are the two plans that we are targeting with respect to Azure functions. And then we have app service. So app service is basically, you know, the one that we are already, so we are based on the plan that we have created. So it allows us to take the advantage of dedicated infrastructure. Okay, it helps us to manage. Okay, so it's basically like, you know, it provides us the option. So these are the three plans. Each of the plan has its own specialty. Now to dig it more, you know, to go ahead with the plan more. So let us understand each one of them in detail. So now this is how the function hosting is done. Now before that, let us understand more about this plan, because this plan is very important. And based on this plan, you would be taking, you know, taking the things ahead about the Azure functions. So consumption plan. So when we are using the consumption plan, instances of Azure functions, they are, you know, when you're hosting, they are dynamically added and removed based on the number of, you know, incoming events over there. So again, it's a serverless plans which scales automatically. Okay. And we are charged for compute resources only when functions are running. It's not something where, you know, if the functions are idle and the system is not running, it is not being charged. Okay. So over here, you know, the consumption, if you talk about consumption plan, the function or execution times out, you know, after a configurable period of time. Okay. So it gets times out over there. So what are the benefits that we are getting from the consumption plan? First is pay only when your, you know, function is running. That is one benefit. Second is the scale out automatically. So even during the periods of high load, so you have this scale out automatically stuff. Okay. So function apps, when you talk about this whole consumption plan, the function apps in the same region, they can be assigned to the same consumption plan. Okay. So there's no downside or impact to having multiple apps running in the same consumption plan. So that is something like, you know, we can talk about the consumption area. Clear, guys, about this consumption plan, the Azure functions?
Yeah.
Okay. Now talking about the premium plan. So when we are using premium plan, so instances of Azure functions, they are hosted or added and removed based on the number of incoming events. Okay, it's again on the, how the consumption plan is working. It's quite similar to that. So what are the features which are supported by the premium plan? So perpetually, warm instances are being provided to avoid any cold start, you know. So what do you mean by cold start? Any idea about that?
It takes time for resources to load and then start computing. This is called cold start.
Sorry, I didn't get that. Could you repeat that?
It takes time for the systems to load and other stuff like before the system gives its 100% potential. It takes some time to get there. That is called cold start.
Okay. Yeah. So if we try to just elaborate this cold start stuff, so see what is happening during this cold start. So whenever we talk about Azure and mostly on the serverless stuff, so this is very popular over there. Okay, in the function itself. So whenever we talk about Azure, so Azure allocates a pre-configured server. So serverless is all about that. So it actually allocates a pre-configured server from the pool of warm workers which are there. So there's a category of, so when we talk about warm workers, it's like a pool of resources from their data center stuff to the app, the one that we have hosted. So this server already has the function, okay, the function or the plan that we have decided. So now this worker becomes specialized by by configuring the functions, runtime, or everything that are very specific with the app that we have hosted. Now the function infrastructure, okay, which is there, it actually mounts the Azure files, okay, the content. We'll be talking about that to the worker and over the whole process. Now what happens over here when the function runtime is there? Now the function runtime resets, okay, and any required extension or anything has been provided over here. Okay, so it it what it does, it basically takes a lot of time. Okay, so if we talk about broadly speaking about this whole cold start thing, so it's like a term which is being used for describing the there's a phenomena called as application, in which the application, whatever we haven't been used, so it takes a lot of time to start up. Okay, so basically it's on the idle level. Okay, so the latency and everything, the total time, all these things are coming in. So you will find this mostly in the in the serverless architecture. Okay, so whenever the Azure function or whenever we are using Azure function in the dedicated plan, okay, whatever plans that we have, whether it's a you know consumption or premium or whatever we are using, so the function host is always running in that. So if it is running, then there is no problem of work. If it is idle, then there's a problem of cold start which is coming up. Okay, so cold start is basically, as rightly said by Nikhil. Okay, right? No, not Nikhil. It's what's your name?
Akhil.
Akhil. Sorry, so Akhil. So yeah, so that is right. Basically, it's more on the serverless where your data or the function is sitting idle and it's taking a lot of time longer to duration to start up. Okay, and it has not been used for a longer duration. Okay, so it's one of the important term, and normally we are saying this term in mostly in this whole serverless architecture. Okay, it's a large discussion point which is happening in the serverless, and there are a lot of ambiguity which is happening with many users on the Azure function part. Okay, so this consumption plan and the dedicated plan that we are having. Okay, based on that, so we have this whole. So these are the flavors in which your Azure functions are coming up. Okay. So whenever we are choosing, we need to choose that. Okay. So I hope now you're clear with the, what is this whole functions and, what are the plans. Okay. So what is the basic thing of this plan? It's so whenever we are selecting a plan, we are doing what? So we are allocating a set of server or a resource, you know, to the app. Okay, it's like an environment. So you're coming to me and you're saying that, Dave, I want to host my application. Okay, or I want to go for. So you will say that, please allocate me a set of server. Okay, but I don't want to get into the infrastructure stuff. I don't want to maintain it. I don't want to get into any of the activity stuff. Okay, I just want to host my things. That's it. So I will say, okay, you can go for any of the plans, choose the plan, and based on that, you would be able to, you know, move the things in the whole, Azure part. So that's the function for you. So I will allocate a dedicated server. So that would be on the serverless model. So serverless, I think you have cleared. So serverless is all about where we are not getting into the management part. Okay, we are just concentrating on our hosting, processing, and all the things. Right. All right. So that's all about the, you know, premium. So premium plan is something where we are, working on that. So if we want to avoid the cold start stuff, so premium plan is one of the best option. Then we have VNet. So it provides the option for VNet connectivity. Unlimited execution duration is something which is provided in your, premium plan. Okay. That is also one of the thing that we are. And if if you are more on the business front, so pricing is also good. When we talk about this whole premium plan, it has more predictable pricing stuff. Okay, so premium and consumption, these are being considered in one way. So whenever we are trying to go for a app function, or sorry, Azure function, so there are two modes. One is the consumption premium, and the second one is the dedicated. Okay, so dedicated is where we are having the app service plan. So app service plan is also called as dedicated. So in the dedicated one, so it's like, it's the word itself. It's like, it's a dedicated VM. Okay, so dedicated VM is coming up. You can run the apps over there. You can run the function apps. You can run everything over there, and based on the SKUs. So there are SKUs which are available. You can select the SKUs. Okay, so like basic, standard, premium, isolated, there are different SKUs which are available, and you can, Now the question is, when should or when are we going to consider app service plan or a dedicated plan, you know, for our functions? Okay, so there are multiple. In fact, there are two areas where I would like to consider, where we would like to consider. One is when we have an existing, VM which is underutilized. Okay, and we have been using it for running app service instances. So that is one. And second is when we want to provide a custom image or you know or area where we want to run function. Okay, so these are the two areas where we would be having this dedicated plan. Okay, and dedicated stuff being used. Okay, so app service plan is basically used for that. So it's like a dedicated. So you can now, in this, the thing is like there's no automatic stuff. So we can manually scale out, by adding more in instances, the VM instances and all. Okay. So there's an option of auto scale, but yeah, mostly you have this option of manually scaling the process. So now let's say if you are choosing, or if you want to run a Java function, okay, JavaScript function on the dedicated plan. So in that, what you can do is you can select, a plan with fewer CPU instances, because that is more than enough in order to run. Okay, so that's how the things are working with the plan and process. Clear, guys? How the any doubts on this plan part? Okay, so no doubts on the function plan part, right? Are we clear on that?
Yeah.
Okay, so now there's a runtime version and app timeout duration. So I'm sharing you one table, okay, on the chat area. Just have a look. Just 1 minute, guys. Oh, it's not coming in the form of table. 1 minute. Guys, I have pasted one table. Okay, so in that table you will find there's a consumption plan, there's a runtime version which is supported, and then the default and the maximum stuff that we have. Okay. So this is like the maximum value in minutes for both plans and in both runtimes. So this is for the timeout duration. Okay. So 230 seconds is the maximum amount of time that an HTTP triggered function can take to respond to a request. Okay. So because that's because default idle timeout by your Azure load balancer. Okay. 230 seconds is the maximum amount of time. Okay. So it takes two. So that is the maximum amount of duration that a person can take.
Dev? Hello.
Yeah, guys. Sorry, I was away from my laptop, just giving medicines to my wife, and they both are unwell today. Tell me.
Dev, I wanted to ask a question.
Yeah,
You said something about 230 seconds, right? Uh,
yeah.
for the runtime. So how did we get this 230 seconds?
How did we get it, means? I didn't understand your question.
Yeah, the last time you like dropped the image, you said something regarding 230 seconds, so I couldn't understand that.
See, function app time out duration. So what do you mean by function app timeout duration? So if I ask you about this function app timeout duration, what exactly is it?
So I think it's the maximum time till a function can run. After that, it's it will be like denied access or something.
Are you sure? So let's say if I'm triggering, HTTP is triggering a function, there should be a response time, right? A request time, which should be coming up,
Yes.
right? So how much time it is going to take? What is the maximum? Because I can't wait for 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, right? I can't keep on waiting on that. So 230 seconds is the maximum amount of time which has been set as that whenever there's an HTTP trigger which is happening, so a wake up to your function. Okay. So how much time it's going to take to respond to that request? That is the duration. Okay.
Okay.
So
Okay.
so whenever you are running any kind of app on an app service plan. So let's say if you're using an app service or dedicated plan. So if you're running any app or any function, okay. So there's a term called as always on. Okay. So always on is a setting, which is being used where, it keeps on running your app, okay, on the app service plan. Okay. So it keeps it on, it keeps it, because we have this option. So this option is mostly available on your, you know, app service area. On consumption plan, the platform is activating functions app automatically. So over there we have this option called as automatic, which is coming in. But on the app service plan, there's always on setting which is available, and it is available, and we can keep it on. So it's like a duration. Okay. So the function runtime goes idle after a few minutes, of inactivity on the app service plan. And whenever it goes idle, again there's an HTTP trigger. So which this trigger, it what it does, it wakes it up. So there's a wake up stuff which is happening on the function, and that's how it is done. So the table that I have shared you, it's on the function app timeout duration. Okay. So let's say if there's a timeout duration for any kind of function, okay, and based on the plan, so how much it would be. So there's a plan, there's a runtime version, there's a default, and there's a maximum timeout duration which is there. Okay, so that's how we are now. Regardless of any of this function app timeout setting, whatever we have, 230 seconds is the maximum amount of time that an HTTP triggered function can take to respond to any request. That is what 230 seconds is all about. Clear?
Yes, Dev. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So let's take it out. Any other doubts, guys, on this timeout function app? Anything? See, in this whole Azure part, we are more focused on the platform rather than getting into the exact coding. We know how to code. We know that there's a .NET. We know there is a React. We have everything. But the whole point of using this Azure is to run that code on this platform. How I can. So normally you're using IaaS servers. You're using different other platforms. For your web hosting part, for your app service part. So how come, how you can use this Azure, okay, for your whole app services and app hosting area. That's the whole point of, getting this or learning this whole process. So please try to understand the context. We are not dealing with, any kind of coding directly. We are just trying to run a ready-made environment. We already have a code. Okay, we are trying to run that, execute that code onto this environment. So it's more of like a pass. Okay, so remember we have discussed it on the first day. So IaaS, PaaS, SaaS. So these are the platforms that we are. So Azure, we are using it as a PaaS over here. And Azure Function, again, it's like a PaaS offering. Okay, platform as a service. Okay. Now, what do you think? What would be the other requirement which will be coming up for the function app? So we have talked about the, the thing, what they call as consumption and everything. What can be the other requirement? So let's say now this is your Azure function hosting stuff. Okay. So we have this OS. Okay. We have the app delivery. We have the platform. Okay. So Azure function host runtime. We have the function core tools, Docker image, .NET, whatever it is, like whatever platform you're using. Now, apart from this consumption plan, okay, apart from this, what is the next thing which is required, okay, which we can target over here? So the next area is the storage account requirement. Okay. So any of the plan that you're taking, a function app actually requires a general Azure storage account. So irrespective whether you're taking a consumption plan or a dedicated plan, like premium or consumption premium or a dedicated one, any one of them. So it requires a general Azure storage account. Now this supports, when you talk about Azure storage, okay, let's talk about that. So that is the reason I was saying, 204 has a prerequisite of 104 and 900. So if you want to deal with 204 paper code, so we need to have a better understanding about the 104 and 900. Now, in order to talk about Azure storage, we need to first understand what are the offerings in the Azure storage area. Yeah. So when we talk about Azure storage account, so there are three types of, or you can say exactly five types of area, okay, out of which three are very popular. One is your Azure blob, okay, which is one, okay. Then we have queue, file, and table. So these are like three, four, or five types which we are using. So Azure blob, Azure queue, Azure file, and Azure table. Okay, these are the types of storages that we are having. Okay, and each of them they have their own users. Now you know what is blob. What exactly is blob, guys? When we talk about blob, any idea? Isha?
Yeah, no, I have no idea.
Okay, great. Bhanu? Bhanu might be knowing it.
No, I don't.
So guys, you have been using you created web apps in your college days, right? You said like you have worked on various projects and all those things. So you have not used blob anywhere. That's strange actually. The projects were created by you or someone else?
Well, we created them, but we never hosted them in any of the web services. So maybe that's the reason we never know what they were.
So hosting, it's not about hosting. Everything requires a storage, right? Without
Yeah, on the
storage,
file system.
yeah. Anyway, so when we talk about blob is a type of object. It's like a file system, or how we have the other storage types of file system. So blob is one of them. So it is extensively used for you know for large data storage, or something where you are trying to have let's say like streaming platforms, or where you're talking about the image related stuff or thumbnails. So these are the areas where you have the blob. So blob is not particularly with Azure. It's a general stuff which we are coming. Okay. Azure Blob is one of the platforms. So it provides the option for storing the blob related stuff. So we have blob, we have queue, we have file, we have table. These are the different storage options which are available to Azure Storage. So whenever you're creating an account, so you can create any one of them. You can go for blob, you can go for queue, files, table, okay, depending on the requirement. Okay. So Azure plan. So whenever we are creating a plan, so or whenever we are targeting a plan, so Azure in the Azure storage account. So this is something which we normally use. So functions, they normally rely on Azure storage for operations. Okay, where like logging functions, execution, or managing triggers, all of them. Now there are certain storage accounts which are not supporting queue and tables. Okay, so in those accounts we are including blob only storage accounts over there. So there are different types in that premium storage and all. Okay. I will share you one link. This will help you to understand the blob in more particular ways. Just give me 1 minute. Just 1 minute. Okay, just go to this link. So this has the whole, understanding about the storage account. Yeah, this is the official Microsoft site. Okay, so I hope you have gone through that link. So in that you will find that there are, the different types of storage accounts that we are, targeting with. So Blob is the one which is, very popular. So it is actually designed for serving images, or documents. So whenever you talk about HTTP and all the browser-based process, in that Blob is very popular one, which is used for streaming video files and audios, and not only for on the streaming part and all for storing, but also as a DR. So for the backup purpose, for backup and restore, DR, analysis. So there's a concept of WVD in in Azure or the infrastructure part. Even on those ends, we are using Blob. Okay, so Blob is very popular. Okay, we are using it on both the areas. So WVD is actually it's more of like a VDI environment on the infra level that we are using. So once you're hitting the production environment, you might see, so let's say if you want to run any function or any kind of area. So blob file, these are some of the popular one which we are using. Blob is one of the most popular one because it provides you access to the object, okay, via HTTP, HTTPS from anywhere in the world. Okay, so you can access it from anywhere in the world. Okay. It provides or it supports all the languages. Okay, so the client libraries, so whether you talk about .NET, Java, Node.js, Python, Go, PHP, Ruby, all of them are supported over there. So there's a term called as data lake storage, you know, which is a part of, analytics, big data analytics of Microsoft. So it's an offering by Azure on big data analytics. So even that has been supported by Blob. So Blob supports that Azure data lake storage. This whole solution, the data lake storage, is actually part of your Microsoft Enterprise Big Data Analytics solution. And this is mostly designed for the cloud area. So it supports that too. So see, Azure storage is a extensive topic. Okay, it's a huge topic. So I would recommend, first, if you can understand the blob and all the things, it's very important. Okay. So that would really help you to take the things right. So blob is an object. So blob, when you talk about blob, it's an object, and you know that is how we are using it. So we have uh, Azure storage, you know, whole product line which is dedicated for it, and in that we have blob, we have queue, we have table, and we have file. Okay, these are the different types of storages that we are having. Okay, one of them is blob. So let's take it ahead now. Let's talk about more on the scaling and other parts. Yeah, guys, this till here, are we clear? Any questions that you're having? If I ask you how the consumption plan is working, okay, so can we define on it, like how exactly the consumption plan is working? So we have discussed about the plan for last half an hour, or half an hour, 45 minutes. So how exactly the consumption plan will, it's working over there? if you want to define it. So if you're going with the consumption and premium plan, so how exactly it will work? Any idea? Based on our discussion. Guys, am I audible to you?
Yes, Dev, you're audible.
Yeah. So how exactly it will work? Let's have a final thing, and then we'll move ahead with the with the coding part, with function triggers and binding concepts. We'll be talking about that. Where we'll be taking that. Yeah, quick sir. So what exactly how the consumption plan will work based on our discussion. So let's if say if you are going with consumption or the premium plan, how exactly the Azure function infrastructure will scale the things and how the instances will be working. No answers? Okay, so let me answer this. See, when we talk about the consumption, so let's say in any of this consumption and premium plan, so the Azure function infrastructure, it scales CPU and memory resources. Okay. So what it does, it adds additional instances, of the function, based on a number of, events that have been triggered. Okay, the function is going to trigger. So it keeps on adding instances over there. That is automatic. So each instance that has been added on each instance of the function, which has been hosted in the consumption plan, it has a limitation over here. Now, what is the limitation? So it is limited to 1.5 GB of memory at one CPU. Okay, so it can't have anything. Okay, so each of this function, each of this instance of the function, they are in the consumption plan is limited to 1.5 GB of memory and one CPU. Okay, so an instance, when you talk about an instance of the host, is actually, so whenever we talk about the instance part, it is being used for hosting an entire function. Okay, so whenever we talk about all the function apps, so they are actually, sharing multiple instances. So there are multiple instances, and it gets scale out, you know, depending on the trigger, depending on the triggers which are happening. So the function code files, the function code files which are there, they are actually stored on the Azure file shares on the function app main storage account. Okay. So whenever we delete the main storage account of the function app, the function code files are deleted and they cannot be recovered over there. So once it has been deleted. Okay, guys, that's how the function code is working. Okay. These are the triggers. These are the trigger type. Now we'll be talking about a trigger type. We'll be talking about the bindings and the binding examples. Okay. Any questions till now, guys? Anything that you want to ask? Okay, I think let's go for a tea break and come back in next 20 minutes. Okay. Hi guys, are we back? Hi guys, are we back? All of us?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, great. So please turn on your cams so that we can have this thing attendance. All of you. Satak, your Wi-Fi is back. Great,
Back.
great, great. Akhil, Abhishek, Adarsh, Yasha, Laksh. Hi Laksh, how are you?
Good, Dave. How's
Isha.
you?
Good, good. It's going on. Life is going on. Kshitija. Kshitija, how's the weather?
Pleasant.
Pleasant. Don't feel like, getting trained, going out. Feel like going out, right?
Sure.
Not sure. Okay. Anuja. And all this? Siddhi. Okay. Great. So you guys can turn off your cam. Even Manjot, you can. I saw you. Thank you. Now we got Bhanu, Muskan, Fiza, Yashashwini, and who's this? Sneha and Harsh. Bhanu immediately turned off his camera as soon as the name was called. He was like, no, man, I don't want to keep my cam on. Okay, Abhishek, thank you. Abhishek Mandal. All right, so let's continue. So before going on break, we have discussed about the functions and all. Any questions till now? Anything that in the break that you have visited? Anything that you have checked? Nothing, right? So let's move. So let's talk about functions, triggers, and binding concepts. What exactly is function? What exactly is trigger and binding concept? You know, and after that we'll be jumping on you know the functions. Okay. Okay. So when you talk about trigger, what exactly is the trigger part? So if we define the trigger, what exactly is the trigger? Any idea? Yeah, guys.
Uh,
So
like,
trigger, yeah,
okay, I was just gonna say,
yeah,
l-
yeah,
just that, like, it is basically used to, like, invoke a function. Like, we set triggers, on some requirements, in, like, mm, different triggers can be set. Like, it just invokes the function that we have made.
Okay. So that's right. Triggers, when we talk about triggers, so triggers are the one that cause function to run. So whenever we want to run the function, so triggers are the one which are running the, which are actually running the function. Okay. So it actually defines how a function is invoked, and a function must have exactly, working part. Okay. So whenever you talk about function, so a function, they actually must have one trigger or exactly one trigger in order to start the thing. So triggers, they are associated with data, which is often provided as the payload of the function. Okay, so they are the payload they are having. So when we talk about binding, so that is trigger. Now, what is binding basically? So when we talk about binding, so binding, if I say binding to a function, so it's more of like we are trying to connect. So we are trying to declare and connect another resource to the function. Okay, so we are binding the stuff, right? So in this, we are dealing with input buildings. We are, input bindings. We are dealing with output bindings. There are different types of bindings which are there, or it can be input, or it can be output, or it can be both. So normally we use the binding part. Okay. So you guys have used any binding stuff, data binding stuff, or any kind of binding mechanism? So what can be the major purpose of this trigger and binding, guys? If I ask you, like in the normal coding area, so if you're coding something and there are two codes, which are available, okay, or there are two services. So what can be the purpose of this binding or trigger part? Any idea? So if you're asking me, then I would say that those binding and triggers, they are actually, they are used for avoiding, or they are actually helping us to avoid hard coding access to other services. Okay, so if we want to do any kind of coding, if we want to do, you know, if you don't want to get into that, so there's triggers and bindings, they are helping us to do that. Okay. So in this example, what is happening? So let's say if you have a function, and if the things are, if you're sending a data, so let's say if your function is receiving a data, okay, so it can be any kind of message in a function parameter. So that is, so the data which is coming up, okay, so your function is receiving the data, okay, which is for the queue message in the function parameter, and then you're sending the data, by using the return value of the function. So over here, what we are doing is we are trying to trigger. Okay, we are triggering bindings over here. Now, when we talk about triggers and bindings, they are again differently depending on the development approach. Okay, so they are totally different, or they are defined differently, based on their development approach. So whether you talk about the platforms, okay, so like if you're talking about platforms like C#, class library. So triggers and bindings, they are configured by decorating methods and parameters with C# attributes. And when we talk about the platform with respect to all other areas, including your Azure portal, so in that we are using, or we are triggering, and bindings. They are the triggers and binders. They are configured based on by updating the functions, the .json stuff, the schema, basically the schema part. That is how we are trying to. Okay, so for every platform, there is a different parameter. Okay, there is a different data type of input which has been defined. Okay, which has been used over here. So let me share you one of the binding example. So I'm putting it on the chat area. So this is one of the function for JSON. So .json file. Okay. Just check on the chat first. Okay, this is a JSON file related stuff. Let me, did you get it on the chat?
Yes, they were a piece of code.
Yeah, but I think the sequence or the format, the syntax might have gone up and down. Just let me share it on the notepad. Okay, 1 minute. Okay, now if you can see, is my notepad visible?
Yes.
Yeah. So over here, guys, so we have this binding, then we have the array element and all those things which are coming up. So let us understand how exactly it is. So the first element, in the binding, so the first one that you're seeing in the binding array is the queue storage trigger. So you can see there's a queue storage trigger which we are trying to get it. So type is queue trigger. Okay. So the type and the direction properties, they are identifying the trigger. So this type is nothing but for identifying the trigger, and the direction is what it is, like in or what kind of processor. So the name is, so when we talk about the name line, so the name is where we are having the you know the name property which we are having. It identifies the function, okay, the parameter that receives the queue message content. So the name is the one which is actually dealing with, and the name of the queue, the next line, if the next element that we are saying on the next line, the name of the queue to monitor is in the queue name. Okay, so what is that name? The my queue items. Okay, and the connection string is in the app settings. Okay, so the connection is my storage account AP. So that's the app settings identified by the connection. Okay, so that is a connection. So this is how the first element in the binding array has been provided. So that is one. The second element in the binding array is the Azure table. So the next one is the Azure table storage output binding. So the type and the direction. So the type is, the direction. So these are the like the properties which are helping us to identify the binding. Okay, table and out. So that's how we are trying to identify. Okay, the name property specifies, it specifies the how the function is providing the new table row. Okay, so there is a new table, and then we have this out table. Okay, so the name of the table is the table name. Okay, that we are having, and the connection string is again the same that we had in the first element. So that is how the JSON is working. Okay, so we have this advanced editor option, right? Remember we have discussed about this advanced editor. So in that advanced editor, last time we have seen it, I think on Tuesday. So we can use that for this. We'll see about that. So this is an example of .json, file or .json function. So this is an example of .json function that we are using. Let's have a look again.
Dev, are you there?
So guys, I have shared you some links, if you can just check over there. So these are with respect to your function bindings, then timer, webhook. So webhook, we have been using webhook for multiple activities, right? What is the function? What is the use of webhook? Any idea about the webhook part, guys?
Hi, Dev.
Yeah,
Could you please start the recording so that we can refer it later?
recording is happening, Abhishek.
It's not showing.
It's happening.
Okay.
Unknown user started recording. You're there. You're going somewhere.
No. Like if we want to like
So no,
refer it
so
later.
no. I thought like you're going somewhere and you
No,
want to
no.
refer the recording only.
Okay.
Yeah. So Abhishek, what is webhook? If I ask you,
I don't know.
you don't know. Anyone, guys? Okay. So see, when you talk about this webhook part, okay. So webhook is the one. It's more of like a push API. Okay. So a web callback stuff. Okay, which we are using. Okay. So that we are using for calling up this HTTP stuff. Okay, so webhook is the one which is taking care of the data delivery application. So whenever you're calling an application, okay, and if you want to deliver the data, so webhook is the something we something which we are using over there. So webhooks are one of the most efficient stuff on both the ends for the consumer, for the customer, or for the receiver, and as well as on the center end, on both the areas. Okay. So today we are using webhooks everywhere. So all your app websites and all that we are using mostly web application. Okay, all these things are being used over there. It's not the only way, but it's one of the few ways that we are using. Web application can communicate. So it's more of a communication stuff that we are using. So what it does, it sends a real-time data, from one application to another whenever a event occurs. Right. So, so today we have a lot of examples of this. So your Swiggy, the Swiggy app that you're using, or the Zomato apps that you're using, or whatever apps. So let's say you want to track, you know, when the people are trying to check in, or when the people are trying to buy the things. Okay, so you're, basically we are talking to both the machines. So both the applications they are talking. Okay. So if you want to get the data, so webhooks are somewhere you used over there also. Okay. So there's a lot of concept of webhook versus API, or is webhook an API? Okay, there are a lot of options. So when you talk about API, so what is the difference do you find between webhook and API? Because API does the same thing, right? So API does the communication part. Then what can be the difference between a webhook and an API? What exactly is API, guys? If we are talking about APIs, guys, please answer. Anyone? Nikhil? Akhil?
Um, I don't have any particular idea about webhooks.
No, on the API part.
Yeah, so regarding API,
Yeah.
okay, API is usually a piece of code which helps us to communicate code using HTTP protocols, right?
Right. So now we have discussed about webhook. Webhook also does the communication, right? That's what we have discussed right now, a few minutes back. Then what could be the difference between API and webhook, both of them?
So as what you said, webhooks are event triggered, so they did not send a request before, but API will need a request to get a response.
Okay. So it's more of like UDP and TCP stuff, something like that,
Yeah, can be related.
right? So in the TCP, how we have this connection oriented where, if I'm sending a data packet and I'm waiting for the acknowledgement, so it's a two-way communication which is happening, right, in TCP. And UDP, it's a two-way, but we are not exactly waiting for the acknowledgement coming up from the UDP sites, right? So yeah, that's right, Banu. You're right, actually. So when we talk about API, API is it's enabling the two-way communication, okay, between the software application, driven, and this whole software application communication is actually driven by the request. Okay, whereas when we talk about webhook, so it's a lightweight API. When we talk about webhook, it's more of a lightweight API where it's a one-way data sharing event. So wherever the data is being, it's being triggered by one way. Okay, there's no request. So just go through that links. Okay, it's a wonderful link. It is provided by Microsoft. Okay, so if you can check it over there. So talking about the binding process, the function bindings, then this thing, the timer that we have discussed, and even on the function, webhooks, how exactly the webhooks are working and all. So in that link, you will find some templates. Okay, if you click on that, so it will take you to the Git. Just check over on that Git part. Okay, so this is the template that you will find. This is for Azure function. So here you can see they have the trigger for all the blob and Cosmos DB. So this is the storage part that we are targeting. Okay. All right, guys. I think we have discussed. Let's jump on the you know walkthrough. Okay, and let's start with this creation part. Okay. What we'll do is we'll try to create an Azure function by using Visual Studio Code. Okay, so you already have the Visual Studio, so we'll try to create an Azure function over there. Okay, so let's start with it. Yeah, so Abhishek, Anand, if you can share your screen. So let's start with the Visual Studio, guys. We'll try to create a function using the Visual Studio. Okay. What I will do is I will share you one, you know, the steps so that we can start with the project parallelly. Just give me 1 minute. I'm putting it on the, you know, notepad and sharing you.
Is the screen visible?
Yes, Abhishek, it's visible. Just give me 1 minute. Huh? Will I be able to share the attachment? I don't think so. No, I can't share it. Anyway, so let's start with the steps. So we'll create one project, okay, a lab project for this. Do you guys have any, WhatsApp group or something where I can share this file? I'm audible?
Yeah, you're audible. You cannot share it on chats, yeah?
No, Kshitija. If it was there, then I would have not asked for any other option.
Okay.
Dave, I think we can compress it and then send. If you compress it, I think it will be able.
There's
It will
no
be able to.
option for me to attach. It's just, type new message, nothing else.
Okay. Since you're a guest, then maybe that's why you can't.
Yeah,
Yeah, right.
right, right. It's a guest login, right?
How big is the file there?
You guys have any group or something?
Yeah,
WhatsApp. So normally I give it on the WhatsApp group for other, training batches and all. So I
we
put it
can do
on.
one thing there. If you can mail, if the file is not too big, you can mail to any one of us, and we can put it in the chat, right?
Okay. WhatsApp is a challenge over here.
Yeah, we can't open WhatsApp in our office laptops now, so that's one thing. If you can
On a
mail it to any one of us, we can share it in the chat. Everyone will have it.
Okay. So on your official email,
Yeah.
I doubt it will go over there.
Normal email also is fine. We can open normal email, right? Personal mail.
It's coming from outside the organization. I don't know about your restrictions, There are a lot of restrictions which are there. Okay, let us start anyway. Abhishek, what happened? Abhishek is like, are you going to start it or not? I'm unsharing it.
No, I've shared it again.
Yeah, thank you so much. So again, we require for this, there's a prerequisite. Now, what are the prerequisites that we need to have before starting this whole, Visual Studio stuff? So what we are going to do is we are going to create a function, guys, Azure function by using Visual Studio Code. Now, in this, you require an Azure account subscription, then Azure function, stuff, the core tools which are there, and then Visual Studio Code supported platform, the Visual Studio, and the C# extension for your Visual Studio. I hope you have the C# extension, right?
Yes, there we do.
Yeah. Okay. So these are some of the things on the prerequisite part. So let's start with the project, local project. So let's create a new one. I think it should be. This is a new project you have created.
Yeah, I just started the procedure. It's like I just created new project and just typed for the functions, and it is it. You can carry on from here.
Okay. I think I'm not able to click on this. Okay. It's not responding.
Next below, click on next.
Yeah. All right. So let's start. Give it a name. So you can select Azure function. So yeah, next. Directory, you can keep it. What directory you're selecting? Okay. So here we are using HTTP.
Next.
Language you have selected C#, right?
Yep.
Okay. And your runtime environment is .NET.
No, there's an option above which says .NET Core 3. So
yeah, that's what I'm saying. .NET Core 3.
We have to use .NET 5 or .NET 6.
.NET Core 3. Yeah, that's what we can use. 3. Okay. So once you're done with that, let's select a template. Let's go with HTTP trigger, and we'll create. Okay.
Hi, Dev. Like we have to choose the HTTP trigger, right?
Right. The template is HTTP trigger that we're going to serve. So this
Yeah.
is for your first, this would be your project first function,
Yeah, and
All
that
right.
is .43, right?
.NET Core 3.1. Yeah, that's what I was saying, if we can share that sheet, no, that would be great. So you and me, we all are on the same page.
Okay, but we
Anyway,
have a .3 only, right? Core 3. So
yeah, it's okay. .NET runtime, we can select .NET both. So 3.1 is something we are triggering, but 3 is okay. We can select that. All right. So workspace and all, we'll be dealing with that. So we have created it. Let's go to terminal. So now your Visual Studio has integrated with Azure Function core tools, okay, and it will let us run this project on the local development computer. Before publishing it on Azure, we'll be using this, okay. So now what we'll do is we'll try to call the function, okay. So let's go to the terminal. So we are on the terminal part.
Hello? Hello?
Yeah, Kshitija.
Yeah, I put up my mail ID in the chat box. Will you please send me the file? I'll email it to everyone else.
Okay, let me try.
Yeah.
You guys don't have any WhatsApp group created for your internal team?
We have a Teams group chat.
No WhatsApp, no nothing right now.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought so. Normally, what we do is we share the data on the WhatsApp or a Drive link and all, and then one of you can share it within your team. That is what we do. Mail, I don't think that should work. Okay, this is Azure function. Uh, Kshitija, just check. I have, shared it with you.
Yeah, yeah.
Just check. Yeah. Did you get it?
No.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. 1 minute. Let me check whether it has left my outbox. Yeah, it has left, and I have not received any, postmaster delivery failure message till now.
Acha.
I doubt, it will reach to your, official email ID.
Acha. I'll share my personal one.
Okay, share it.
Yeah, I shared my personal mail ID.
Fall. I'll try to create a, drive by EOD today, and I will share it to you, Kshitija, so you can
Okay.
share it, forward it to.
Yeah.
So forward it over there, all the things, so that we are not wasting our time unnecessary on these things.
Yeah. I got your mail, Dave. I got your mail in my Outlook. Just received.
Just try to.
Yeah.
It takes time, to reach it to Churchgate from Thane. So much time from that.
Dave, your voice is not clear.
I think take the whole.
Yeah, they were shared it with everyone.
Great, great. Thank you, Shirija. Thank you
No
so
worries.
much. So, guys, you might have received an email. Just check,
Hello, Dev.
Yeah.
Could you try clicking any of the buttons? I'm not able to.
You're not able to try click any button.
No.
It's not happening for me too. Sorry. What you can do is let me, revoke the access and check. Now, just check. Unshare and share it back.
I cannot do that as well.
That's what I was wondering what you're doing. You're moving your mouse here and there all the time.
Yes,
So, can you click on allow?
not able to.
Okay. Try pressing Control Alt Delete on your, keypad.
Yeah, just wait a second.
So, guys, did you receive the email from Shitija?
Yes,
Have you
yes.
received it? Okay. Okay. So in that you can see we have the steps for creating a function. Okay. So it starts with the the runtime and all those. So we have completed the project stuff. So now we'll be jumping towards the you know. So I have shared you some links also along with that. So these are some of the links that you can use. Okay. So we'll be moving towards the next part. So we'll be starting from that to call your function. So that is where we are actually. Okay.
Hello, Dev.
Yeah.
Do we need to change the function name? is it mentioned? It is mentioned that it should be HTTP example.
No, you can keep it as it is. Okay, what we have provided. That's not a challenge. But if you're creating from scratch now, then you can follow the same name. Okay.
Okay.
You can share your screen, and then we can take the next slide. Yeah, it's visible. Okay, so we'll work parallelly on this. So this is a template that we have loaded up. Okay. Is a project and name it as a HTTP trigger. Okay, let's go with the name itself. I think that should be okay. Just try to close this and try to open a new one. Abhishek, am I audible to you?
Yes.
Okay.
Uh, n- should I create new project or directly rename it here?
If you want to rename, you can rename it, or else you can create a new project.
What should be the name?
HTTP. The name will be your HTTP example. Okay. Just refresh it.
Yeah, saved it.
Yeah, I saw it. Okay. So let's start this project. We'll press F5. So let's call the function. HTTP localhost API function. Okay.
Why is it still showing function 1? Like we renamed it, right?
You renamed it what? So what was the earlier name? Function 1 was the earlier name, right?
Yes.
That's what I'm saying. So it did not update properly. You
No,
have changed it.
you changed the class name, but the function name is still function one.
Oh, right. So is this link working, like this HTTP link?
Yeah. So we got
Yeah,
that
it's
right.
working. It's
It's
giving the
working.
response once you
Local.
paste it in browser.
This is what the function. Here HTTP instruction and it's working. Let's go back to the Visual Studio.
Hello, Dave.
Yeah, tell me.
On running the running this program, it's showing me an error. It's written something that
What is
the
the error?
debug executable and a path is given specified in the first Azure function debug profile does not exist.
I got controller not
Can you
responding
share your
error.
screen?
Yeah. Okay, so is it visible?
Yeah, it's visible. Azure tab, local data function. So, what template did you select? You selected the HTTP, right?
HTTP trigger, yeah.
It's not. There's no profile which is. Just expand this. Just close this. Okay. It's not happening. Okay, please close this. Okay, Manjot.
Yeah.
Expand that HTTP examples on the right hand side.
Yeah, this is already open here.
First Azure function, public static class, function one, first rename. Scroll down. I think there's no issue with this part. No, there is no issue with that part. Check with your dependencies. Framework. You have selected which one? 3 or which?
Sorry, what?
What framework did you select? Which version?
Azure Functions one. Same, the 3, I think. Yeah, 3.
I don't know. Your voice is breaking. Is it for me or is it for everyone?
It's for everyone.
There's templates and all that. This is a problem. Once, if you get an error, you'd never know from where this error is coming. Microsoft.NET Curve. You selected 3.1, right? Dependency is okay. If packages is okay and your this is okay, then why it is not loading up the profile? Can you create a new project in front of me? Just let this thing be, running. Just try to create a new project, a brand new project. Manjot, are you there?
Okay. Yeah,
Load the
I'm doing.
load. Try to load the same template and just check.
Yeah, the same one. Okay, try another one.
One minute. Debug. I think there is a problem with your Visual Studio.
Do I need to update it or reinstall it?
Check with the repairing part if it is possible. Because we are not making anything from our side. It's a template that we are trying to work on. Okay. So that should not be a challenge. If we were doing our own coding, then it would have been understood. Because it is showing that there is no profile which is available in your local data.
Yeah.
So just try to repair it.
Okay.
Chituja, what about you? What happened with you?
Yeah, I think it was problem with my VS ID started created new project it ran.
Okay, great. Chituja is like, I will do it myself.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so once we are done with this function calling part, the next thing that we are going to do is we are going to execute the function. Okay, so for that we need to go to this Azure function option. Okay, which is under your local project functions. You can go over there and you can execute the function. Okay. Yes, Mr. Abhishek Anand. Abhishek is like, why did I share on the first day?
Visible?
Yes, Abhishek. Okay, so now what we are going to do is we are going to execute the policy. What is the Visual Studio version you guys are using?
2019.
Nine. All of you. Request control.
Should I stop this function?
Which one? Yeah. No, no, let it run. So the function
Oops.
will run in the background. Okay. So no, okay. So let them run. Now we'll try to execute. I have shared a request to control. I don't know whether you're getting it. Yeah. I don't know why team is behaving very weirdly today. I'm not able to click on anything. Okay, Anand, Abhishek. So let's go to the function area. Okay, the functions area, and under that we'll try to expand this local project functions.
Okay. Where do I go?
First, minimize this.
This Visual Studio.
No, not Visual Studio. We need to open up the project. So where is it? This is right. Minimize this diagnostic tools.
This one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Did you get it? Function area. 1 minute. Your solution explorer. Yeah, did you get it? Abhishek, did you find it? Just search in the box now, functions. So go to the search and check it over there. Visual Studio,
I okay.
Azure Function. Oh, it's going to a new project. So you have created this new project, right?
Yes.
It should show over here on the left-hand side.
Where exactly are we trying to go?
Do you have this Azure Functions extension installed on your Visual Studio?
Azure Functions extension.
Yeah, I doubt.
How do we check that?
So just
Extensions.
open the
Where?
extensions
Where?
and check over there. If it's not there, then we need to install it. So that was the prerequisite. Yeah. Should be there. That is the reason you're getting the templates.
When I type Azure function, these are the extensions that I get it. These are all the
Yeah,
install.
1 minute. I can see that. I can see that. Because without this, we cannot deploy, the functions onto the Azure. I'm sharing you one link. You can use that link also.